I should have unplugged that.
No, I just blew up my ears there. Hello, everyone. Oh, it is warm in here for November. Can you guys hear me? I bet that you can, because I think we tested this at the end of the last set. What's our audience looking like? I think it might be just me on sheet 2. But over on sheet 1, it looks like we've got at least a couple people. Hello, everyone. Let me know if this sounds okay. This is the first Bonspiel of the season. Most of my audio board settings seem to remain intact. Who am I? Well, I'm the guy in the mic the most at this club. Hello, everyone. I'm John Gephardt. I am a 11 or 12-year member of this club, 11 and a half, something like that. But you have tuned in, as you know, for the Plainfield Trolling Club here in sunny New Jersey, foggy New Jersey this weekend, where we are hosting our Founders Bonspiel to celebrate the Canadians that built our club by the light of car headlights at night. I think that's how they laid some of the concrete block. Someone a couple of years back posted a black and white YouTube video to YouTube of the club getting built, which is amazing. Ooh, I should clean these keyboards. They have 6 months of dust on them. I'm going to start this broadcast like I started the last one by thanking fellow club members and fellow volunteers John Wiedemann and John DeYoung. They have done an exemplary job. Both of them chatted with me on Monday. I asked John Wiedemann if he could perhaps figure out a good way to store these audio mixing boards against the wall. And later that night, I was working on the software to get us ready for this tournament. And John DeYoung stopped by and said, hey, would you like these monitors mounted on the wall? I said, both of those things would be fantastic. I had no expectation as far as timeline. Again, we're all volunteers. I showed up Friday night for my first game of this tournament. Both those things were done. Thank you. Andrew, is this any better? We will see. I moved the mic slightly closer to my mouth, but please keep filling me in. And I welcome all feedback on my levels. And on my calls, you know. I'm here to make all the warm room calls. I'll probably be wrong. But that's a nice thing about skipping from the warm room is that you get to be right more often. So, you have joined us here on Saturday, November 15th. My mic is going to both sheets 1 and 2 here on our live streams. I will try to disambiguate which stream I am talking about as I go. I'm also going to try to bring up each of the chats so that I can see the interactions. But I do watch from the live vMix stream. That way I am not predicting things 5 to 10 seconds after you see it happen. Because that's not particularly fun. Unless you guys want to see how much of a bad call I make on occasion. Then I could see why that would be fun. I'm still pretty quiet. Okay. Thank you for that. My gain is near the top. It's possible that I used to use different microphone connections for this. I'm going to bump my gain just a little bit. I feel like I'm starting to get a little bit plosive. But maybe... I don't think I want to change this FX send, do I? Well, let's max it out and see what happens. Apologies in advance. Blah, 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 blah. That doesn't change anything. I think what I might need to do is just bring this main mix up or down. No, I don't put that back. Let's try bringing this one down. See if I start to see any... No, let's put that one back too. How about this? I'm going to keep talking. I don't see any additional green lights. Well, we're going to keep doing our best here. This is the first event of the weekend. Andrew, is this any better? Quite possibly as I talk. I've got the microphone fairly close to my mouth, and I've got my gain turned to about 90%. I don't think that there's a fine... I think there is a fine grain for this, though. So I guess I could turn up this lower... Oh, that's what I should be doing. Let me do that. I'm going to turn up my fine grain. And that will help keep some of the background crowd noise out for anyone that happens to sit behind me. All right. I bet this is maybe more along the lines of what we want here. Andrew, you could tell me if that guess is correct. We've already got some busy houses here. I am still working with two different mice over here on the screen. Let's see here. Oh, sheet 1 is quieter than sheet 2. Well, that's interesting. I bet I can fix that. When you say it's quieter, is it quieter in general? As in, is the on-ice mic quieter in both cases? Andrew? Because if it is, maybe I just need to bring up the crossover cable. But I'll wait and you let me know. Andrew, I'm going to turn up the crossover cable input on sheet 1. I'm going to go from about a 3.5 to a 5. So let's see. You tell me, Andrew, is that any better on sheet 1? And that was only the fine gain that I moved over. So I've got a ton of... I'm still quieter on the sheet 1 feed. Interesting. That is very helpful. I appreciate it. I think I'm inherently quieter because it's a crossover situation. But let me try the coarse gain instead. So, Andrew, I'm turning up the crossover input on sheet 1. So I've turned that up by about a level and a half. Let me know if sheet 1 starts to sound better. We don't have a huge audience right now, so I imagine you guys don't mind hearing this wonderful commentary. Don't worry, I will talk about curling soon. That is better. Thank you, Andrew. You've helped me dial that in. For the rest of the weekend, too. So much appreciated. All right, I've got sheet 1 on this screen I'm staring at. To my left, I am going to look over on sheet 2. On my right, I've got them both. And I'm going to switch over to vMix now. Ooh, I think the one thing that I need back in my new corner here is probably some sort of USB charging for a phone. But I could spring for that. And I could probably tuck it away so it hides. Oh, it's glorious, everybody. I've got this tiny desk, and the difference between, again, a couple square inches of space with audio boards precariously balanced vertically, waiting to fall over on any of their, 40 knobs. Having this up against a wall safely and also giving me the space is a wonderful, wonderful thing. I'll start talking about curling now. Over on sheet 1, I can see that we've got Team Monaco. And I'll try to familiarize myself with the other set. I think that's Nancy in the white top and the red hat. I don't know who is skipping that team, but I do have the ability to look that up, so I'm going to do so. And I'm not the kind of commentator that'll pretend that I know this information. I'm just going to patter as I look. Three o'clock games. All right, so I guess we are into the second event. That is Monaco against Team Sapio. On sheet 1 and over on sheet 2, we've got Lee Walker against, I can find the team names here. I'm not familiar with his first name, so I'm going to look it up. These are a little all over the map. But that is Jay Stein. That is the Albany team. Skip by, well, potentially, I'm not sure that this order is correct, but the Albany team is comprised of Jay Stein, Taylor Chamberlain, Michaela Schwensvier, and Kevin Schwensvier. And I think we might play the loser of this game, so I should probably learn some of these names. But we'll get to that. All right. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate you. Okay, so now that we know who's playing on each of our sheets, I will try to stick to some more actual commentary. So, over on sheet 1, we are starting off. It looks like Red was able to take 3 in the first end. We're in our second end here. It looks like yellow is sitting 1 in the back. Got a bunch of catchers. Oh, they might have wanted to stay on that stone to find contact with the yellow. But it's possible that they just read that was going to cut no matter what, so. 2-2-2. Definitely not checking over to make sure that the skip's name is Jay Stein. Of course not. I would have absolutely memorized that, as we all know. Jay's asking to draw behind our 2 high guards here. Also, I see a Plainfield member here, so it's possible that a member or 2 of Jay's team is not with us today. That can happen. Oh, that's right. No, that is the team, I think, where possibly the 2 folks with the last name had to pull out at the last minute. So I think that it is Jay, Nancy, and a rotating cast of subs. But that's wonderful, both for Jay and Nancy, that they'll be continuing here in this tournament. And for the subs that are enjoying some extra ice time. Oh, I've just been messing this up the whole time, haven't I? Sheet 1 is actually Monaco and Savio. Sheet 2 is Walker and Stein. Apologies to Nick Savio. We don't share the same league nights. Otherwise, I was wondering about the fact that Nancy was out on the ice. I know she's a Plainfield member I used to play with on Sunday mornings. And therefore, it makes sense. She's playing with Nick Savio, but that is the team that is missing 2 members. So yes, sheet 1 is Monaco Savio, sheet 2 is Walker, and that has Jay Stein, who's currently crouched in the house with some checkered pants that I like. I think they look terrific, especially with the blue and yellow top there. I like that the top kind of has like the yellow fabric is like an elbow guard. Solid. Lee Walker, he's up 2. He's got his throwing their 3rd rock at the end. I think this is asked to be a takeout. You got a couple good options here. If they knock off that front yellow stone, the biter in the 12-foot on the right side, they could possibly roll under that either of those 2 center guards. We could have the same outcome on the back, or we could get what we get. They're going to take it out, and I think that's going to be a biter for him. Jay's going to set up here. He's looking. He says, okay, you know, I've got a kind of a precarious top right biter. I'll draw around this these 2 red guards. Try to set something up with my hammer here. A little big. I think they probably would have benefited if that would have ticked. He's going to make sure that can't happen twice. He'd love to get an inside roll on this, but really just clearing this yellow out is fine. You'd be really happy with any of it. I mean, I think you'd want to roll in either direction here. Obviously, you'd want to roll back towards center line, possibly sit behind one of these guards. But even if you rolled right, maybe protected your ridiculous biter out on the out on the wide right there, or even if it just spun the shoot out of play. Nosing here doesn't really help you. And it looks like they're gonna no, they're just gonna skirt by their little mini biter out there on the wing. So Jay's got the same decision. You know, he's probably gonna call the draw again. I think that's what I would do. This time, I think if it's hot, you know, getting a little kiss on your existing 12-foot biter there wouldn't be the worst thing. You could kick it back center. Jay's tightened his broom up quite a bit. It looks a little tight to me, but again, I haven't played on sheet 2 this weekend, so it could be the ice that we're seeing right now. It could also be that his thrower, you know, has a tendency to be a little wide here, so he's going to make the skip adjustment. Seemed pretty on broom to me from our overhead shot. So the Yellow Vice has got their first rock. We're going to get a draw here. I think that's going to stick around. No, Lee Walker's going to be able to sweep that out. Just barely. So, let's see what Lee wants to do here. Again, he's got a 2-point lead, and he's in a steal situation. And Yellow's sitting 1. I think he's doing what I would do. Let's get rid of this yellow stone. Again, a roll to either side is nice here. I think you want to roll maybe back towards center. But there's some upside to roll to right. A nose really just sets up a guard for your opponent. You don't really want that. Red's first Vice stone is coming down the ice. Oh, I saw a little bit of shrug there, so I don't think it's what they wanted. But they didn't chip off their little mini wing biter again. That thing keeps hanging on for dear life. You never know in some of these ends when you might count a point like that. It's pretty rare. I'm going to say once every, I don't know, 30, 50 ends. Maybe you see one of those count. But usually that's in a big end where that's like the 4th rock to count. Someone gets a big swing. Yellow 6 rock here on sheet 2 is underway. Saying goodbye to my buddy Cam here out of Bucks. He's going to travel back home. I think they are back on the ice at 8 or 10 in the morning. Safe travels, Cam. So back on sheet 2, it looks like they are going to barely get their draw. I like that tick, though. That was the upside of giving that broom. They didn't quite take themselves under cover, but they did improve it. So looking at the sheet 1 action here, Team Monaco was able to take 3 points in the first end. And we've got one of those ends where there's a little bit of cover up front. Oh, we've got a fall. We had a slip and fall just now on sheet 1. I think our skip is, or our Vice is okay. She recollects her broom. Garak might have been nudged. Yeah, that's probably fine. That's a nice thing about curling. It's a real raise your hand, you know, and if you think you made a mistake, and if you think you touched a rock, and you just say to your opponent, you know, hey, I might have touched this. Where do you think it was? Your opponent tries their best to put it back to where they recall it being. You play on. So right now in sheet 1, red is sitting 1, but again, it's a big old pocket. So you don't really know who's going to count this end until our hammer comes down. And we're about to see that hammer. Yellow's throwing a hammer into the pocket. If they are heavy, they really want to make contact with shot rock, the one in the full 8-foot, the red there. If they make contact with anything else, they don't really sit. I don't think this rock's going to curl all the way to their yellow rock in the back 8. Let's see what they get here. That is crossing. They lined up pretty well on that red rock. That looks pretty nice. They're going to get 2 out of this end. Oh, was that enough? Yes, it was. Good throw. Good call in. Good sweep. It's going to be 2 yellow. So we have, after 2 ends on sheet 1, we've got Team Monaco up 3-2. and taking the hammer into the third end as they set up. Over on sheet 2, looks like we, it's kind of more of the same. It looks like Lee Walker was able to hit that yellow rock that was sitting on the right 4-foot line. Mostly knows it. Looks like he got a little bit of a roll underneath, but both skips are kind of still fighting over that one position on the right 4-foot line, hoping that they will get the inside roll after contact. Contact's more important, though. You always want to make sure you get the hit. Curling is a sport with a lot of plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D. The fun part is that rocks are usually in play for, I don't know, 18 to 25 seconds. So the communication of all 4 team members matters on every single shot. It's rare that you see one delivered perfectly. You try to make the most of it. So we're looking at sheet 2 here. Yellow, I think, was going for the hit on the red. He came out all wide, and they're just going to flash to the back here. So sheet 2, we have got very nice. Got a delightful Guinness from Bill Nickel. Bill, if you want to step in on the commentary tracks, you'd be welcome to. He's very politely nodded me off. That's a great pick, Bill. Nice selection of the Guinness there. And a very nice pour. We didn't see that. Here you go. You can stomp that around. That's why we have indoor-outdoor multicolored carpets. So sheet 1, we're getting our guard set up in action here. They're staggered here. Tight guard, far guard. Really nice tight guard there for Team Monaco from their lead. And over on sheet 2, we're going to see Lee Walker throw the red 8 rock. I'm guessing this is a guard. Any contact here is probably also great for Lee. He'd be sitting 3. If it's me, I'd probably try to split it so that the shot rock there in the top 8 foot, or the top 12 foot, scoots underneath more of that center cover. Hello, Joe Angeli. I enjoyed your text, and I agree. That's a great shot by Lee Walker. Really nice shot. He's able to put that firmly behind cover. And have his shooter sit out in the 12 foot. So if you're yellow on sheet 2, here's your hammer. Here's the thought for yellow right now on sheet 2. Remember that little biter out on the wings that we talked about earlier that we're not quite sure if it's on the ice or not? Well, if yellow doesn't end up with this hammer touching paint, we're probably going to see a biter bar in action to see if that rock's in play. So if you're yellow here, you're probably not going to get shot out of this. Lee's bump was pretty terrific to sit top 4 between 2 pretty good center guards. The yellow's really just playing a cut down, I think. If you want to play the odds, you'd probably love to draw into the bite of the 8 foot. At least cut red down, you know, give up a steal of only 1. You really want to make sure your rock sticks around, though, in the paint. Looking over at sheet 1, yeah, we're still playing with those 2 guards. So on sheet 2, here is a pivotal hammer. Just to remind you of the situation again, they're probably going to give up at least 1. It's really important that this yellow rock here on sheet 2, this hammer, finds some paint. Oh, that's heavy. Oh, well, we might see this biter bar in action. Let's see if they opt to decide if this is in play or not. Both vices are probably going to take a turn staring right down over top of it. They've already kicked them, so they made a quick decision. I'm not sure if that's a 2 or a 3, but we're going to see when they hang a score in a couple minutes. Looking over to the action on sheet 1, we have Jess Monaco delivering her stone. Here it comes. Jess is throwing a takeout on this yellow rock. Great shot. Sends it right up the back. And it leaves a pair of staggered guards for red here. I think that's Nick Savio. Possible. We're on sheet 1. Again, Nick, I've seen your name a lot, but we don't cross paths on our nights that we play together. But assuming that's Nick, he's calling in a draw behind these 2 tight offset red guards over on sheet 1. It looks like it's cutting a little bit too much. It's going to maybe jiggle these reds for an inch. Okay, enough to be on. I think what Gennaro Monaco is going to do here is draw underneath, and that's where he's putting his broom. That'd be a nice shot. And even if this sits as like a top 12 biter, that's okay. He's noting that for his team. Really, the only thing you don't want to do here is just put it behind tee, give your opponent something to nestle down and freeze onto. But setting up pretty well for red here. But it's very early. I mean, either team with one good draw could swing sheet 1. They haven't hung a score on sheet 2, so we'll find out. I'll let you know when I see them hang a score, and we'll find out if that biter, possible biter or not, on the wings was in play from the previous end. All right, so our draw attempt on sheet 1 was heavy, but again, I think that's actually one of the upsides of that shot. Pro side miss, as we sometimes call it. You don't really want to leave a guard because it's your hammer, and you don't want to leave something in the back half of the house. So to go through, that's fine. Over on sheet 2, we're basically just looking at like one long center guard. Those skips are kind of, it's early on. It's only the 3rd rock at the end here, the red 2. Looks like red's going to try to draw around. And on sheet 1, yeah, it's just going to be a wonderful, it's going to be one of these fun ends where there's just going to be a slight wall of guards, nice tight guards, opportunities to play bump promotes, to play come arounds, and those skips will probably play the come around. Gennaro also has the ability to pop up that biter on the left side. Usually the direction that I talk about is the downward house cam. Checking my messages here. Joe, I would recommend that you just mute one of the 2 sheets if you have them both up. That's what I always do at home. That way you won't hear me echoing like crazy. There's not much I can control with the crossover cable, unfortunately. So another draw attempt has gone through on sheet 1, but I'm just going to repeat the fact that that's not the worst thing, because you really don't want to leave it behind tee. If you leave it behind tee, your opponent just comes down and freezes on it. Well, then even if you have a clean look at it, it's very hard to jostle them out. You're kind of just giving your opponent the ability to shrink your rings when you have hammer. You don't want that. Over on sheet 1, we had a really nice draw by yellow here. So they're sitting button. They're sitting behind the single guard. And for a shooter from that side of the hack, this thing probably looks fully closed. What you want to do here on sheet 2 is you want to throw a kind of a down weight shot, like a heavy draw, as we call it. Maybe put it like a back 8, back line weight on it. That way you can get by the guard, but still bump a little. This looks nice. I'm turning my head, hoping it makes contact. You know, they only got a small bump on it. Well, yeah, they didn't really bump it open. Not the worst. Sheet 2, what does yellow want to do? They're probably going to set up a biter on the opposite side, which is what he's going for. It really is which side worries you more. I'd almost consider... Yeah, that's probably the safer move. Biter to reduce the chance of a double. You really don't want to leave a guard. It's your hammer, and you're down by at least 4 or 5. Let's see what they get on sheet 2 here. Sheet 1, Nancy and Nick are discussing their options here. Looks like Nancy's going to be throwing the yellow 7. I wonder if I can tilt these monitors down just the slightest bit. Let's see how these work. Yeah, it's possible to tilt these down like 1 inch. I don't think so, right? Yeah. Shoot. That or I need a high chair, Carl. This one's mostly fine, but it's hard. Like, what's that? Oh. Oh, I see. Yeah, you might get a little bit of give right there, right? Yeah. Is there an Allen wrench in the toolkit in the bathroom? I want to see if I can adjust my monitors just to aim down even a 1/4 of an inch. I'm just losing a little bit of vision at the top of the screen for the commentary here. But you don't care about that. You're watching from the comfort of your home or in a moving car or during a jog because you're absolutely insane and your endurance levels are ridiculous. Sheet 1, it looks like they went for either the bump or the promote. Cut in a little too hard. And the house remains the same. First person in is going to be really happy if they can find the 8-foot. Thank you to Carl Lohner. He's took it upon himself to be my pit crew. Much appreciated. Oh, look at how far those come out. Wow. These articulated monitors. Carl and I have a theory that if we loosen these screws, we may be able to just change the lean on this. Yeah, that looks like it should work. I like that, Carl. Oh, that would be perfect. Good thinking. John Wiedemann has filled me in that I'm not going to get a better angle by looking at the back of the monitor. Debatable. Yo, the right system of mirrors. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Carl. Could I bug you to do the same on this guy? I duck out of your way. Oh, this one could come. This one's the more important one. If that one could come down, tilt just a little bit, it would be awesome. I mean that, or I could improve my posture, Carl. But what's more likely to happen? How about there? That makes a world of difference. Thank you. Good thinking, dude. Awesome. Everybody's so helpful around here. Got John Wiedemann who set up the... Oh, that's perfect. Thank you, Carl. Good thinking. All right, I've got my monitors tilted down a fraction of an inch, and now I don't have to have good posture anymore. Oh, this is a dream. Got like 3 square feet of desk space. I can actually leave 2 keyboards and 2 mice over here. Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah. The only thing I need, I guess, is a fan. You know, and what? Oh no, I don't. I'm buying you a drink. You keep jumping me, John. I noticed that. Well, what are you having today? Because yesterday you had a combination of black vodka and pineapple juice. Okay. Oh, that sounds pretty terrific. An extra black Russian. Okay. A Bloody Noir. Okay. Oh, nice. A Bloody Mary with black vodka. Love it. Sheet 1, we were going for the, or sheet 2, we were going for the raised takeout. Good contact, just had a slightly off angle. Unfortunately, you leave the shooter when you go for those. Over on sheet 1, it looks like we did have a successful draw. Now, it is in a tricky spot, being in the back 8 there for things to sit on it. They're drawing around cover. And that was with hammer. So it looks like Monaco's going to take 4 there. 3 there. Unless they already kicked 1. 3. I promise I'll start paying more attention now. I was focusing on the inner working of screws and levers. Oh, no, that's fine. Thank you. Filling in my lovely girlfriend, Tina, on the results of my game from several hours ago. A little late on that, but I am back on the ice at 9:30 tonight. Oh, no. The tight end in my fantasy football team has changed from questionable to doubtful. Couldn't they just rule that guy out? Then I can put him on IR and get another tight end. Sorry, none of this is curling. All right. Over on sheet 1, like we said, Monaco took 3. So Monaco is up 6-2 after 3 ends. Pretty good power position. And over on sheet 2, I think we're still waiting for them to hang the score from the previous end. Hopefully they'll get around. They'll notice that soon enough. We're still waiting to see on sheet 2 if it is a 4-0 game or a 5-0 game. But they'll let us know soon. Lee Walker on sheet 2 is about to throw his first rock, the red 7, here in the third end. Knowing Lee is probably going to try to freeze down, sit on that yellow button rock. Lee throws a pretty good draw. He reads the ice pretty well. He's somebody that can make this shot. What do we got here? The sweepers are walking fairly quickly. It tells me the rock's a little fast. Oh, this looks great. Oh, a terrific shot by Lee. Great shot. And it sits practically closed from the right hack. And the side you're exposing to your opponent, if it overcurls, not quite to nose, but if it overcurls from the slash, you actually have some catchers in the back that would jam. Is that enough curling lingo for everyone? Sheet 1, we've got 2 guards. Kind of looks like the setup of the previous end. We got 1 guard and a tight guard, same line. Back to sheet 2, though. We're going to see our first skip rock from Jay. Jay was looking terrific before Lee just threw that previous rock and bumped him off the button. So I think Jay's going to hope to do the same thing. Maybe at a slightly shallower angle so he can drive the red rock out of the rings. Plenty of weight on this one. I'm not sure if that is going to come back. They say little hot. I agree. So they do take a guard. Unfortunately for them, it didn't also move that red guard. So that red is still a savior right now for Lee Walker and his newfound button shot. So if I'm Lee, it's pretty much one shot I'm throwing. Yeah, I'm blocking this path for a promote, or just to come find my button rock, and I'm going to be happy to steal 1. Oh, they did hang a score, so it looks like that wing biter from the previous end did count for red, so they are up 5-0. Lee would love to make this 6-0 by blocking the left forefoot with his red 8-stone. One thing that you don't want to do if you're red here in sheet 2 is you don't want to move that red center guard that's blocking your button rock. But with this broom, I mean, I don't see that being a likelihood, as long as he's not super narrow. Over on sheet 1, got yellow stone coming in to attack the rock on the button. It's going to get a big piece of it roll off, but it does its job nicely. Good shot. These Vice is hunkered down, reading the line, putting his broom down where he's letting the sweepers know I want it to stop right here if I can do it. It's going to overcurl a little bit, but that's a great shot. Still going to protect the outside edge of that button rock. I don't think yellow can get to the red stone, so yellow has a couple options, right? They could try to promote either of those guards outside of the 4-foot, low percentage. They could try to draw into the button themselves and get a little bit more of a piece from the left side. Decent percentage. They've seen that rock a bunch of times. And another option that they are electing to go for is a double run back, which could also work, which would then count their 2 there in the back. The hard part of this shot is going to be, which side do you send the button rock off after contact? I think you want to send it off to the right side. If you send it off to the left, well, you could send it off to either, really. But you don't want to hit the sun nose and jam into one of your back rocks. Although, considering red is already set up to take 1, and you're sitting second and third shot, you're probably not going to lose both yellow rocks. It would have to be a real calamity. So they are electing on sheet 2 with the hammer to go for this run back double. Or just straight double, I should say. Pretty hard shot. I mean, you gotta make contact with that high stone on either side of nose, but it's gotta be perfect. It looked pretty good out of his hand as long as they can avoid that red guard. I'm not sure. Their Vice is yelling hard, so maybe they're going to make contact with the red guard. They are. Tough shot, even on the setup. But they're only going to give up 1, so these things happen. Over on sheet 2, the result of end 4 is red stealing 1. It's going to put red up by 6. If we look over to sheet 1, we've got 4 guards. The red ones are tight, like they were in the previous end. Red's got a nice 12-foot rock sitting fairly open. And Nancy is throwing a draw. Again, this is one of those ends where either team could score 3 if the draws look terrific. Skips walked all the way out. Oh, I think they're thinking that was either burned or just maybe it's just short. So Gennaro Monaco, I like this call. He says, well, I want to put this in the paint, but there's not that much value to me, given my lead, and given the fact I'm trying to steal in this end. Not a bunch of value to trying to come all the way back to the 4-foot, because you could risk being behind tee. So what he's asking Rob Steger to do here is the right move. He's saying, just a biter on the right side is good, even if I just guard. Like he just walked up to point, that's also fine. And he can afford to move that yellow rock around too. That's going to be a little hot, that's fine. Again, it doesn't move a guard, and it doesn't sit behind tee as accidental cover, so that's fine. You only get 8 rocks per side in curling, so a good miss is pretty important. And sometimes, it's better to flash than leave something for your opponent to use. Nancy with her second rock here on sheet 1. She's, again, looking for that draw behind cover. Over on sheet 1, we are entering the 4th end. Our second rock of the end, so it looks like yellow being down is I mean, really, they could try to set the guard, or they could try to come behind early. Two schools of thought. The rock's going to sit in the house. Maybe it's going to drift back to like the back 12. And it does. Thank you, Rob Young. Got a nice compliment over text. Appreciate you. Looking back over to sheet 1. Gennaro Monaco about to throw his first rock. Again, I think the school of the thought is the same. You kind of want block up the right side, ideally biter, no deeper than the top 12. Anything deeper, you really just give your opponent the ability to sit on something. So even if you're short here, if you're Gennaro, that's fine too. But the great shot is probably, matched up even with his other rock on the left side in the 12 foot. But again, a biter's great, and a guard's perfectly acceptable. Sweepers are on it, which tells me that the weight is fine. I think they're going to be able to sweep this into a nice biter too. Up, 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 up. Good shot. So you're behind cover. Your opponent could come sit on that and limit you to only stealing one, but it's in a really nice spot. I mean, it takes away almost all the 4 foot over on sheet 1. It looks like Nancy and Nick are debating, do we want to attack this right side? And I think they both came to the correct conclusion. There's not much value. You could draw to either side right now, and it's not easy to find the 4 foot on either side right now with the position of those two red rocks that are in the house on sheet 1. An intriguing option on sheet 1 could be to throw like backline to hack weight and make contact with your tight yellow rock, and maybe the wiggling around as it makes contact with one or both of those red guards might drag effect that yellow rock straight back, or some version of straight-ish. But you could save that for your last shot too. So they're electing right now to throw a come around. There's not much red paint there, but there's some. And if they manage to get any, then they would be using that red 8 foot on the right side as pretty decent cover. This is cutting in pretty hard there. They're going to be on their own yellow. All right, so that doesn't really help or hurt them. If you're Gennaro right now, you're going to put another rock on the right side, another biter, nothing deep. No, go on the right side. It doesn't really matter. They can pick whatever side they like. They're electing for the left. I mean, you're really just trying to protect the 4 foot here. So I'd probably come from the right, because I don't think you can come from this left side and really get a better rock than current shot rock. It'd be hard at least. But it is higher up, which, gives a little bit more finished curl to yellow if they elected that side. Either way. Gennaro wants to be on paint here. Even if he's short, he's happy, no worries. He's going to get a promote here, which is going to be great. That's a great shot. Oh, and the shooter is in a perfect spot too. Really well done. Congratulations to Rob Young, who's listening. He was recently took a new job. He's going to be the assistant clinical professor at the University of Maryland. He's going to be leading their genome computing research stream. It's really awesome. Congrats again, Rob. It's a lot of hard work. So with our yellow hammer on sheet 1, there's not many good options. Rocks away. I think they're just going to try to draw for some paint. Maybe cut down that one in the 12 foot, but it pitches wider than they wanted. A little bit of heat to it. And it's going to be a steal of 3 for red. So Red's going to go up 9-2 here. They're going to reset the rocks, and they're going to play a fifth end. Looking over to sheet 2 as our action is getting underway. Yellow has bumped up red to a center guard. Lee Walker's usually happy to play a promote. Looks like that might be the call here. If it's me, you could certainly, you got a lot of options here on sheet 2. I mean, you could play this promote. You could also just come around the open side. You've got a good lead if you're Lee. You're up 6, and you can always just come sit down on the back of that yellow one as a bailout if you came from the other side. This is going to tick a little bit. Get them both on. And they're going to sit shot with the shooters. That's a great roll behind cover, too. I don't know that that's what they drew up, but if they called that as a plan B, that's a pretty terrific outcome. So yellow's going to look at this house and say, well, should we attack either of those red rocks? The angles aren't great. They could try to attack shooter with an in-off and then roll under, but it might be hard to get around that guard. It's hard to tell sometimes from these overheads. So they're going to elect to draw inside out. And that's a good shot if they make it. Yeah, sheet 2's still kind of wide open. You could draw inside outs. You could draw outside ins. Back over to sheet 1. We are getting underway. It looks like the red rock neither shorter went through, but I see it behind the hacks there, which means it's not a play. Yellow has drawn in. Gennaro has got a pretty healthy lead, so he's electing not to necessarily attack this. He's going to probably attack it with his second or vice rocks. But for now, he's been playing a tight guard game and with some bumps and some draw behinds, and sometimes it just makes sense, scoreboard or not, you stick with what's working. He's going to stick with what's working. Let's see what Sharon delivers here with the lead rock on sheet 1. The second rock from the lead. Sharon has thrown another really tight guard. It's going to drift in, but the weight's been pretty consistent. The yellow's got a choice. Do we attack this red, or do we use it? It's like the call is attack. I'd almost be tempted to use it, just because you know you need a really big end here, so probably a lot of rocks in play, and then you hope that when the opposing skip rocks come up, you know, there's too much room to look at, too much to move at once. But he does have a stick curler in Barb Benson. And a center hit for a stick curler is a nice percentage shot. Looks like Barb's going to get a great shot here. Little roll. Nice shot. They're able to send that red all the way out the back. Good rock for yellow over on sheet 1. Back to sheet 2. Looks like Lee is sitting 1. And that was that rock that drifted over behind cover after contact and put them both on. What is yellow electing to do over here on sheet 2? Are they going for the in-off on shot rock, or are they trying the inside-out draw again? Guessing that was the draw. They might get a nice little kiss here. Oh, doesn't help the cause too much. If I'm Lee Walker, I've got a healthy lead. I kind of own the front. I'd probably continue owning the front if it's me. Looks like Lee's going to try a split. Not the worst thing either, because I mean your shooter will probably roll over to close that left side 4-foot if you make this. This is one of those combo calls over on sheet 2. You know, you get called you get a tap, you get a split, you get a draw. Even if you're light and you get a guard, that's pretty good too. And they can afford to bump that yellow center guard off too. kind of roll over into position if they need to, because they still own the front with their two reds in the top 12. Sheet 1, we've got all the sweepers on it. We've thrown up a center guard that gives some decent protection there to their top center yellow. We've got rocks in play on both sheets here. Oh, red has popped yellow up here in sheet 2. I wouldn't say a lot of harm done, but it did put it in a position where yellow now has a good rock to bump if they elect to. That's what I would do. I'd bump that yellow that just got moved into the 12 foot. I like this call. Well, yeah, this is a possible call too. They're thinking about sending their yellow guard on the right side into that shot rock, red, sitting in the 12 foot on the right. I like this, because if it hangs out narrow, you know, you might get a, well, yeah, I mean, if you crotch these, you might still send your 12-foot yellow somewhere in the house without losing it. It just depends how much weight you try to throw here on sheet 2. That's going to make it hard. Red sheet 1 yellow is setting up another center guard. That's well set. It's about the same place. Actually, a little bit more protection on the center line. Nicely swept. So sheet 2, I think what we're seeing is like a, yeah, I don't know what weight they're going to try, but I think that they're trying to run the yellow-red, the yellow guard into the red shot rock here. It's a good bit of weight, so this is definitely a hit call. What yellow doesn't want to do here is hit their own rock in the 12-foot, you know, clean, because then they just lose it. This looks nice. They got a great carom. All right. So that was probably like a plan D. I don't think any of us really anticipated the way that those 4 rocks moved around. But if you're Lee Walker, your choice is fairly clear. You're going to get rid of that new shot rock from yellow. And it's fairly open, especially from this side, as long as you throw the right weight. And you're unlikely to cross the face entirely and jam in the back. And even if you do jam in the back, your red rock is still sitting shot in the 8 foot. Nancy's rock is away in sheet 1. I'm hearing all the way. So I think this is a draw. Might be on the center guard. They are. But it's going to take away... No, it's not. Let's see if Gennaro wants to promote or if he wants to come around the open side. Oh, you know what? I don't mind the hit, too. Actually, I like the hit. Yeah. Hope he calls the hit. He's calling the hit. You really just want to take this rock off. It doesn't really... The roll isn't super important. I mean, you'd love to roll inside, but even if you roll out and away, even if you nose sheet 1 here, it's fine. Looks like Lee Walker did make his hit on sheet 2. Does leave him out in the open, but the most important thing is just taking his opponents off, playing the scoreboard with the 6-point lead. Sheet 1, it looks like it over-curled for him just a bit. It found the gap. He touches the hat a little bit. It was so close. It was so close. We almost had it. Nancy throwing the yellow 6 from the vice position here on sheet 1. I think that they're going to be trying to draw here. I'm hearing a quick yes for line, yes for line. Sweepers are on it. Oh, I think they went for the plan B promote. Not quite the angle that's necessary or the weight, but a good try. Looks like the rocks are really snapping from the right side back to center. Or in this case, I should talk from the overhead view, the left side back to center. So Gennaro's going to aim to make that same hit and roll. But I'll repeat myself, I don't think that the roll is super important given the current situation, scoreboard and whatnot. I think just contact and driving this yellow rock out of the 12 foot is a perfectly great solution. I missed how that ended up over on sheet 2. But I do have the feed going, so I'm just going to hit the backwards arrow and see what happens. Looks like an up-weight shot. Yellow was able to drive out Shot Rock, but then they rolled out. But their hammer did at least roll out and cut down Red by 2, so looks like Red took 1 rock there over on sheet 2. So the Red's lead will improve to 7 after 5 over on sheet 2. And of course, I missed what happened over on sheet 1, but I see the rocks in the same position, so I'm guessing that Gennaro's shot was just a little bit wide. I see the replay. Oh, very close. Sheet 2, it looked like we were going for an opening. Yeah, I don't know if he called the guard or if he called the draw. Supposed to be fine in this situation. Call it in since you're up by 7, classically. But if you're worried about making your lead hit, then just, play the same you've been playing and call the tight guard. I'm familiar with the idea of playing the scoreboard, but the more years I play, the more I tend to be on team, don't change what's working. I mean, play the scoreboard if you're down, for sure. But if you're up considerably, sometimes stick with what you're doing. Especially if you've noticed any tendencies in your opponent, or maybe when they throw an upweight shot to their right, they're 3 inches wide, or et cetera, et cetera. Rob, yes, the Brooms Up truck is going to be here tomorrow on Sunday for all of your shopping needs. Here in curling, we don't have the ability to just, drive one town over to a curling supply shop. So we have a roving truck that travels the Northeast. It's pretty neat, actually. You can walk inside of it. It's like Optimus Prime. It's got racks on both sides, and shoes and jerseys, grippers, spare brush heads. Pretty neat. Got heat in there on a cold day. It's got air conditioning on a hot day. Yeah, it's great to do business with the folks that are willing to come out to the clubs during Bonspiels. I will be picking up a new gripper. I've got some very bright new Nike Metcons that I wear, but they do use a non-traditional company's gripper, and I'm noticing that it's wearing down pretty quickly, so I should probably pick up a couple of those for the rest of the season. So over on sheet 1, we've got a big pile of guards. I think yellow was trying to come around, didn't quite get there. But was that enough? Did yellow take 2 there in the long run? They might have. On sheet 1. I could watch that. Oh, they've already hung the score for me. Thank you, Nancy, for doing that quickly. They did take 2, as expected. Well, good draw. They chose the safe side. So in sheet 1, after 5 ends, yellow has cut the lead. That's what they're always aiming to do. Team Gennaro Monaco is up by 5 in sheet 1 as we enter the 6th end. And he's going to have hammer. Over on sheet 2, Lee Walker with some hand motions, which I think mean that he wants the rock to curl over more. This is going to be deep, though. Probably going to be swept out. Just barely. Nice counter sweep. Sheet 2, yellow is setting up for the hit. Maybe the possible double. If it's me, I'm probably not going to try the double here. Oh, actually, no, I'm going to try to hit and roll under that yellow guard instead. Because I need points, which means I need rocks in play. Oh, that came out very on the center line, though. I don't, and it's a heater, too, so I don't know that this is going to be moving slow enough to cut back. No, it's not. Big weight, though. Looking back at sheet 1. Open house. There's probably going to be a lot of foot traffic in it. Not the best joke or pun or analogy, but, you know, when you're talking to yourself, it's all good. Oh, I should see what you guys are typing out in the YouTube streams. Oh, there's a fair amount. Thank you. Joe points out that my last game was on sheet 2. No, you were right. I knew I was wrong when I said it. Front sheet 2. Got great weight on that draw. It's sitting open. Yellow says, well, if you're going to sit open, we might as well try to hit. That's interesting. Given the score on sheet 2, you might even hit and try to roll underneath the red. You don't want to nose, because then it just sits open. So you could always try, like, well, they're going to get nose. The only reason I say you don't want to get nose there is, you know, if your opposing skip is paying attention, they're going to watch the release line, and they're going to have a pretty clear vision of what to call for the same nose hit. If you're able to roll on either, if you roll to the right, you know, you're undercover, but you're accepting shrunken rings, needing a lot of points. If you roll to the left, you're rolling open, but you're changing the angle enough that you're making your opponent throw a new takeout line. So I guess the upside in those there is that you're definitely going to sit shot. So he probably was watching the line. His vice rock underway. Sheet 2 here, the red 5. Red would be happy to go ahead and just nose this. And that is what they get. Nice shot. Nice hit. More tough decisions for yellow. Yellow might try the in-off here. Tough part is no matter what they throw here, if they're going to throw big weight, they're probably going to sit open. Or roll off. And either way, you know that a red takeout's going to be following you down. Because red's going to keep playing the scoreboard and make sure that you don't have any rocks in the rings no matter what. So let's see what yellow does here. I mean, it's going to be enough weight, most likely. That is maybe a touch outside. I think at best they're going to come back to nose on the left one here, the one just off center line. And it might spill the shooter. Yeah, that looks like it's going to... Yep. Shooter is going to spill. So a helpful hit. Just tough that you're not able to keep your shooter. So if you're red here, a lot of options for red here. Keep it in the top house. And Lee's saying, you know, I don't need points, so the further the distance from my shot rock here, the harder it is to double somebody out. So Lee's going to elect for the guard here on his shot rock. And you know what? I like that. Again, play the scoreboard. Protect your great rock. Make your opponent accept shrunken rings. All your opponent's rocks would pretty much have to touch the 4 foot at that point to count multiples. So the red 6 over here on sheet 2 is underway. They were initially calling for a guard. They're going to get a guard, but it's not on the line they wanted. But it's going to protect center line for later. So yellow's choice is now finally, now that they've got that guard that Lee put up, yellow's kind of happy. Because yellow's like, great, now I can make this open hit and actually roll under something. And potentially keep my shooter. That's very useful to them. Looking over to sheet 1, we've got a hit underway. Well swept. Nice nose rock. Keep the shooter. Nice shot by Jess Monaco. Especially when you're looking at the scoreboard. Nancy's going to try to match that hit. Hopefully, yellow's going to look to try to roll under. Across the center line, roll under that yellow high guard. Here's our hit on sheet 2 that we knew they would call. It's pretty nice. Not too much of a roll, but a good hit. That would have just come over a little bit more for them. They could have kept that shooter too, but you don't always get both. We're sheet 1. Yeah, we're going to get a nicely matched takeout from Nancy as they go nose and nose. That means Rob Steger's going to step up with the red 5 on sheet 1. Guess what they're going to call? If you guess nose hit on the only rock in the house for the 3rd or 4th time in a row, you're going to win a prize. It's not a good prize. It's this empty Diet Coke that's in front of me. But you know, it's something. You could take out a Sharpie. You could write, like, first prize winner of John Gephart's commentary questionnaire. Kind of like a mini keg of our keg curling. All right, so we've got the hit coming in on sheet 1. Oh, they've got contact. We'll take it off. And really, red doesn't need to keep the shooter given the scoreboard. So they're happy to lose the shooter there. It's totally fine. Sheet 2, Lee's first rock. He's electing to draw under cover. Took my headset off briefly there. It's so quiet in the room, warm room comparatively. All these wonderful on-ice mics that I'm listening to. So Lee's rock was supposed to be a draw under. A little narrow, a little light. Kind of widened the guards out a bit, but yeah, both these games are really playing scoreboard, so not a big deal. Yellow's going to elect to promote. I don't know if I love that. I'd love if they drew behind the 2 right guards rather than trying to involve that right guard. But they might find the in-off line there to be tricky and decide that this promote is more likely, especially if they know this line, which they might. So it's important to remember that they are in the game watching all these lace lines. We are just sitting here watching it on a screen. It does let us be right, you know, in our own heads. It's always weird when our phone is ringing here in the club. It's entertaining when someone's like, hey, can I come down and curl right now? No, no, no. We are a tiny 2-sheet club with over 200 members. We play quite a bit here at Plainfield. We've got 2 draws every night. We've got morning draws on the weekends, morning draws Tuesday, or like late morning, early afternoon draws Tuesday and Thursday, and the middle of Saturday and Sunday is usually busy as well. We do learn to curls if you're ever interested in curling. You can come down for, I think, a 2-hour session a couple times a year. Check out our Facebook page. But if you're watching this, you're probably already a curler. Or the significant other of a curler. Sheet 1, they got the bump, and it actually worked out quite well. Good bump. Stays behind cover and everything. That was on sheet 2. On sheet 1, looks like they were trying to come around that yellow guard. Clicked it instead. Opened it up. I think Gennaro's going to try to draw you know, top house, just in the left of center, just behind that one center guard yellow. Even if he just closes this up, that's fine too. If he comes down to the yellow one, that's fine. If he comes down to his own red one, that's fine. Not really. I'm trying to think, is there a way red could throw this rock wrong on sheet one? Yeah, I guess they could take their, it could be heavy and wide and somehow take off their own rock and loose shooter, but aside from that, I think it's pretty good options. On sheet two, it looks like we did get a red draw with Lee Walker's 8 rock, but it is going to sit open. And it's behind T, so yellow's got a chance here on sheet 2. If they can just nose hit, they can take 2 this end. Over on sheet 1, Gennaro's rock is away. It's funny that I'm saying the word Gennaro because I always call him G, because everyone does. It just feels like more formal when I've got the headset on. A great rock from G here. Really nice. Oh, they probably should have stayed on that a little. Oh, they didn't pay for it, though. It's okay. It'd be a shame if that cut off enough and after contact rolled into third position. It stayed second. Yeah, yellow's hammer, or no. Oh, it's not even hammer for them. It's their last rock. Over on sheet 1. Yeah, yellow's just going to try to draw underneath that high guard. Another option could be, you know, freezing down to shot rock. Another option, if you're really aggressive, would be to try to in off those back reds, but that would be kind of crazy. Oh, well, they might get that, actually. Oh, they might get that. They might be able to do just that. Oh, if they would have swept that, I think it was there. The weight was good. I think, yeah, I think if they were on that, they probably could have gotten that double. They do advance themselves to the point where red is only sitting 1. And I think G's going to look at the scoreboard, and he's going to say, well, I'm up 5, I'm sitting at least 6. Rather than necessarily worry about that yellow one in the back to bump it out, he's probably just going to throw the draw. Take his 2, go up 7, late. But the good plan B is always there. Let's bump that yellow out, up the back 12. Gennaro with the hammer. Sheet 1. Ooh, did I do something to my mic here? I might have. Gennaro's hammer on sheet 1. Again, just a nice gentle draw would be great here. A little big. Oh, but it nudges the yellow back enough to take 3, at least 2. I mean, yeah. Might be a handshake here either way. But that worked out. Yeah, the Vices shouldn't stress over this too much. I saw a flash down of 2. Vices agreed pretty quickly there on sheet 1. We'll make an 11-4 game. That is tough as we enter the 7th end. She's going to stick with the plan that's been working, and he's going to call that tight guard. Again, I agree with that philosophy, especially as the ends get later and you got a pretty healthy lead. Why change it too much? Over on sheet 2, looks like Lee Walker is setting up with a fresh house here. We have 2 guards kind of clumped together on one side of the 4-foot. What's that? Oh, it's empty, but yeah, thank you. Oh, no, I don't, thank you. I'll take a lime seltzer, though, if you want to charge it to my card. Thank you. Everybody's so friendly. So on sheet 2, was that a draw? It definitely came through with some weight. It might have just been a throw through, just playing the scoreboard. I heard T-line for sheet 1. That's the call, I think, from Nick here. We're on sheet 2. I'm seeing a head shake from the deliverer. I think that's just a little hot. They knew it out of their hand. That's always a bummer when you let one go and you're like, no matter what they do, there's nothing to click into. There's no way to lose any weight or speed here. It happens. Our ice is playing really well. Hats off to our ice makers. Kevin Polly has taken over the reins as lead ice maker for Plainfield here. John Willman still involved heavily with our ice crew. He is passing off the reins after many years of being our head guy. We've got great ice here in New Jersey. Yeah, these guys do a terrific job. We don't really have to deal much with runs or ramps or troughs or that sort of thing. We've got a hit underway here from Sharon over on sheet 1. Touch wide. Good weight. Yellow's going to go ahead and try to set him up side by side, split the house, as we like to say. Call his T-line. Looking over at sheet 2, not much has changed. I think maybe that one line is just quick, tricky. I've had a couple rocks go through on it so far. Got another yellow rock coming in here in sheet 2. Actually on both sheets. Our rock is a little hot on one. Actually, it'd be great to make contact. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate you. Team Shorts. Bill's probably my 4th Polar Lime seltzer of the day. Nice contact by Yellow there on sheet 1. Great rub. Decelerate your shooter a little bit. Don't make too much negative impact on your other rock, and end up with two nice rocks. Back in sheet 2, it looks like a rock stuck around in the back 12. Just a biter there. Bill Nickel giving me a smile. I play with Bill on my competitive team and love it. We had to go head-to-head this morning. They got the better of us, and they will be back on the ice next. We got the good fortune of playing at 9:30 tonight. Over at sheet 2, it looks like they were able to chip off that yellow biter. Those are always a little bit harder to make the hit when they're... You got to always remember that they're, 6 feet back there behind T-line, so there's going to be extra curl to account for versus your standard hit that's usually somewhere above T. And we've got a hit attempt here on sheet 1 as well. This back red. I heard of never ever. All right, good weight. A little narrow. Gennaro's going to take his stab. Ask his wife Jess to take out this yellow here. Over on sheet 2, we've got a pretty nice little drawdown. We left it a little high. Lee Walker is going to go ahead and just draw down to it. Little tap's okay, he says. Back to sheet 1. Jess is going to have a really nice nose hit here. Great sweep. Nice hit. Back to our sheet 2 action. We're looking for a freeze. Or maybe just a 4-foot draw. Something above that yellow in some capacity. Ideally in that black paint. Hello, Patty Coburn. Also a man of shorts. It is a warm day. All right, so a little light there on sheet 2. Left it guard. It helps yellow out. Yellow says, well, you know, the guard's nice, but it's not really protecting my shot rock entirely. So why don't I put one for second shot, you know, somewhere in the top 8 foot, giving a little bit of protection to my back rock. That way, if they go for the double, the yellow-yellow, you're just as likely to go yellow-yellow-red and jam that back one. Yellow might even keep both if they can set this in the right spot on sheet 2. On sheet 1, it looks like yellow was able to remove one of the red rocks, but probably lost the shooter. So Rob Stager is going to try to put another one in the rings. Let's look back at sheet 1. Oh, cut over a little hard for him. Tough part is they lost that center guard that was half protecting their shot rock. That's going to give Lee a chance to call a hit here. You don't want to hit this. Normally you don't want to hit it nose, but you could hit it nose here and lose your own red. That'd be fine in this situation with the score at the late end. Lee would love to cross the face of this rock with this yellow stone. That way it would kick it out to Lee's foot on the left side, and it would roll the shooter underneath the triple guards on the right side. That rock is underway from this vise. You see a lot of sweeping. Can they get it by both guards? Can they get it by both guards? Oh, not quite that last one, but shooter's gonna just roll out. Just barely. Back to sheet 1 here. G is sitting with 2 rocks in the house. Probably going to set up a, I don't know, center 12 foot, center 8 foot, center T line. All those would be good. Rob Stager with the rock away, sheet 1. Rob's saying sit down, sit down, sit down, hand motions. Or he's saying spiders, spiders everywhere. Definitely one of those two. Nice rock from Rob here. The strategy is to keep your rock in the center. That way your opponent can only attack one thing at a time. You generally just, you know, you set it up in the center and you're like, go ahead, hit it. You're probably not going to get my rocks in the wings. Nance is going to go ahead and try to get that hit. It's a chance for a double, but it's fine to get the nose here. Over on sheet 1, it looks like they tried with yellow to set up a center guard, drifted in with 12 foot there, so left their shot open. Red's going to have another look at it. Back to sheet 1, what do we get on this? A little bump, a little roll under. They're going to sit for second shot, and they're a good distance away from that red rock that's currently sitting shot in the back 4, which gives them enough space to chip it out possibly with their... Oh, not with their hammer. They don't have hammer, that's right. Oh, yes, they do. Yellow does have hammer on sheet 1. So good outcome for yellow there on sheet 1. Knocking a red out and then kind of sitting behind some cover with enough distance to chip with your hammer. Comes down to it. Sheet 2 should be fun. Lee Walker is throwing his, I think, is it his 8 rock or 7 rock? 7 rock. And he's got an open look, I think for a second time at this back yellow. Again, they'd love this across the face, but they're up on the scoreboard that they could go ahead and lose their back red as long as they don't jam. No, that's going to hit the guard too. Looks like that line's really holding straight on everybody. These things happen. The yellow's going to take a third stab, and over on sheet 2 of, come on guys, we really got to put something up in front of our shot rock here. I think yellow's sitting 2 on sheet 2 though. They'd love to sit 3 after this. They know that the rock they throw is going to be attacked, but they'd still love to sit 3. We're on sheet 1. Yellow is electing to play underneath that high red center. I think that's a good move. They'd probably be happy with a freeze, but I think the better one would be like top 4 just on the left side a little bit, fully behind that guard. That way you can still have a look at the the current shot rock red with your hammer later on sheet 1. Over on sheet 2, again, they're, I think, the third attempt here to kind of set a center line-ish top house rock. Let's see what they think. I'm hearing yeah hard. I think they need this to keep coming over. Looking pretty good. It's going to be short, but the line's going to be great for him. Well swept. Well thrown. Well, Lee can't attack that back 8 rock anymore, but I bet Lee's going to just try to draw under now that he has to. He's going to go from the open side because you have to. On sheet 2, Lee Walker's 8 rock here. They're going to be looking to try to bite a little bit of that 4-foot black ring. Over on sheet 1, we've got a similar thought. It's going to click a guard, pull off a little bit. But it will come to rest being second shot. Yellow hammer is going to be over on sheet 1. Probably just a naked draw. They could have elected to do the hit if they wanted to. I guess they feel better about the draw, and that's fair. So yellow rock is away. The hammer on sheet 1. What do we get here? It's just a little hot. That's all right. I wonder if we'll see handshakes on sheet 1 here. Helps the ice crew. Good on him. Good sportsmanship. Nice game on sheet 1. Congrats to Team Monaco for pulling that one out. This is everybody's, I think, second game of these sets. If I'm not mistaken. Maybe that's the third, actually. All right, so in 7 ends on sheet 1, our game is over. Team Monaco defeats Team Savio. So Team Monaco has won their way into playing on Sunday. Congratulations to them. They will also be playing Sunday at 8 in the morning, so I'm sorry. I know G, he's a morning guy though. It's not the worst for him. Making it to Sunday is pretty awesome. Congrats. Savio, that moves them into the 9:30 game against Team Care. We playing on sheet 1. I know my team will be playing on sheet 2 at 9:30 tonight. It looks like my team will probably, are they going to set up for this next end here? No, I think we're done with sheet 2 as well. Yep, all the players coming down. Congratulations to Team Lee Walker. They will advance to Sunday morning as well, making it to Sunday and playing at 8 o'clock against Team Monaco. We're going to clap as they come off. Probably can't hear it, but there's other applause in the background. Congratulations. It looks like my team, Team Wellman, will be playing Team Stein tonight at 9:30. All right, with that, we've got a little bit of ice work. So we're going to have some photos taken. I'm going to leave these streams running. And I'm going to stand up for the first time in like 2 hours. So if you stuck with me this far, and it's been entertaining, great. Thanks for enjoying. And I'm going to take a short break. Hello, everyone. By everyone, I mean, probably 6 of you. What's that? Oh, yeah. There's another headset if you'd like. All right. Oh, yeah. Hello, everyone. If someone's broadcasting, it's probably me, John Gephardt, here at Plainfield Curling Club for our November 2022 Founders Bonspiel. Looks like I'm picking up the action in the 5th and 6th end. My commentary goes to both sheets, so I'll try to be specific. Over on sheet 1, we have Team Mooney versus Team Loner. I think that Mooney is yellow. I think that Loner is red. That seems like the right guess. We got a 6-2 game. Mooney is down 2 with hammer here in the 6th. Got a nice T-line draw behind cover there from his lead. And over on sheet 2, we've got Barry Klein skipping against Bill Nickel. Waiting for Bill to shift to one side or the other. Let me know what the score is. Actually, I can just look down the ice. No, I can't. It's the same view. There we go. Bill shifted a bit there. John's going to step in the way. That's okay. Matt, is it 2 yellow? Is that what it is on sheet 2? They have 2 points? Nice. All right, so it's 5-2. Red is up over on sheet 2. And since we're in the 5th end on sheet 2, I'm going to assume that that is the yellow hammer for Nickel. Seems like the right assumption. That's a nice draw. Oh, it's a beautiful draw over on sheet 2. Oh, wow, and they're sitting shot with it. Great shot. Really well swept. Would you like a headset mic here, GG? That's fine. Keep this off of your head while I plug you in because it's going to blow your ears off. I'm going to take mine off as well. All right, you're not going to hear anything for a second, G. While I find the other side of this cable. I think that you get plugged in over here. I am joined by Gennaro Monaco. I've said your name is Gennaro more times. It's only going to work on one cup, by the way. But you're fine. Bring your bring that nice and close. Give me something.
Can you hear me
A
now?
little closer.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, bring that even tighter. All right. I'm going to keep upping your gain there, G, and you'll be good in a second. Horse gain up.
Hello?
Check, check. There you go. It gets a little bit better. So G, over on, I just sat down as well, but over on sheet 1, we've got Mark Mooney skipping against Carl Loner. Over there in sheet 2, we've got Bill Nickel skipping against Barry Klein. I think Nickel and Mooney are currently down by respective scores of 3 and 2. Barry's team over there on sheet 2 just had a beautiful draw for that that button rock behind cover, that red rock sitting on T-line.
Got skip stones now.
Yeah. Turn you up slightly more.
I'll just crash the guard. Can you hear me now?
Hey, I'm going to keep bringing you up slowly. Check, check. Yeah. Maybe touch more.
Yep. Looks like Barry's last stone, and Bill's got the hammer.
I'm going to pull this slightly lower on your face, just get you out of the exhale line.
Okay.
It's interesting how much more background noise we get when we plug the second headset in. I wonder why that is. Yeah, these things happen.
Barry looks like he's going to draw the outside here to try to sneak a second one in. He's sitting shot. Oh, now I can hear myself. That's back.
Try to bring you up a little bit here. I'm going to keep playing these while you talk. That sounds better.
Alrighty, let's see.
Alright, so it's got to keep the course gain low, and the other gain a little heavy.
Barry's going to try and draw. It's pretty slim here. He's going to try and draw.
They've been making some very tight boards the last couple of rocks on there.
I mean, he's going this way because if he crashes the guard slash biter there, maybe he raises it, but he does not want to mess with that guard out in front of the shot stone.
No, yeah, that would be death.
Yeah. Let's see.
So this is the over on sheet 2. I guess we're looking
Looks
at.
like there's a little lightning
the
crash on the
rock.
center line guard.
Oh, that's the one they don't want to move.
Ooh, he came across the face of it. That's interesting. Moved a lot.
All right, so it doesn't change much.
Mhm.
What do we think that Bill's going to try here?
I mean, it's hard to tell if the takeout is there. Like, can he squeeze the two guards? Hard to tell. One's on the forefoot pretty evenly. Can he get to the nose of
Right.
the shot rock?
I mean, the weight would have to be really. The weight line would have to be really perfect.
Mhm.
I mean, he just has to run it back though. So as long as he hits more of the red, he can still jam on his back yellow a touch. But actually, the 8 rock that Barry threw, landing in the 8-foot there, really limits the amount that he can afford, that Bill can afford to push his own yellow back if he does end up jamming a little bit.
Yeah, that's
Suddenly
true.
that red stone looms a little larger than it had.
Mhm.
So knowing Bill, he's probably going to throw a backline weight here.
Yeah. Rube's on the center line, so
Yeah. I think the sweepers are going to have their handful on this one. Probably trying to hold it.
yeah. Is he throwing in-turn towards it though? Yeah, he's throwing an in-turn. They're already on it.
Yeah, that sounded like a pretty quick bark.
And then they crash their red guard there. All right, so Barry steals one.
That's a big steal, and that was all off the 7 rock from Barry.
Mm.
Good shot.
Yep.
All right, so over on sheet 2, I guess we're going to be hanging another point. So it's going to be red up by 4, playing it back to the glass here, coming up in the 6th end. Looking over at sheet 1, that looks like a pretty nice weight draw for Mark's team, but they did leave it open. So yellow is currently sitting 3 over on sheet 1, but there is a pretty open look for Craig here.
Yeah, they're currently sitting 3 down 2. But
And I mean,
this is Craig's first stone,
this
right?
is this is pretty wide. I mean, even if Craig happened to pitch this thing like 9 inches wide, even hit his own redstone, just the contact alone as it rolls off would probably get one of the yellows. At least far enough that they'd be sitting 3rd shot.
The sweepers are on it pretty hard. Oh, they just came off.
I would think being up to, you just want to make sure that you take a yellow off here. You don't really have to worry about the roll as much.
Okay.
But they got a great roll, and they might be sitting 2nd shot as well with that high red.
Oh, yeah.
Hard to tell. So if I'm Mark here, I think I'm just playing a hit and roll on that pile of 2 reds. How about yourself?
Yeah, hit and roll. Or just Which side of the sheet is that? That's not the wall side of the sheet. It's
Although
the inside side.
Yeah, the only problem with the hit and roll is if that yellow rock is actually second shot, you're going to leave it wide open after the hit and roll. But you
Yeah.
got to play the 4D chess. I mean, both teams have a couple rocks left, so probably go for it now. Your opponent's definitely going to try it. And that's, I think, what the call is with this broom from Patty. Patty throws a nice hit. Patty was telling me, too, his knees feel a ton better to start the season this year. And you can tell when I play on one of Patty's teams, and he's very smooth coming out of the hack. It's a great shot. Very nice shot.
Very good. Look at that roll.
Awesome shot.
That's an awesome shot. Still both shots are under guard.
So if you're red here, what do you like, G?
I think you have to draw in on top of that now.
Okay.
Maybe you can. That's pretty steep
Yeah.
draw. Maybe the raise, but
That's not bad. I just don't know how you get back to nose for that raise. I mean, there is a huge pocket, right? Like, you can hit that red in a lot of different places, but you really have to come back to nose first to make it matter. I'm not sure that is possible here. Carl seems to think so. Plus, you're throwing from the. Is Carl a lefty, actually? No, I think Carl is a lefty, if memory serves. So that might change it a bit.
you think there's a way to take both yellows? Do you think you could slice it enough? Can you get to the edge of the yellow?
Oh,
Something hard and get them both to go? Because that
from
red.
the opposite side?
Yeah.
From the,
No, from
the left side. I always talk about the downward house.
Yeah. No, from where the broom is.
Oh, I see
Can you
what
get
you mean.
past your own red enough to get
interesting.
the yellows to move? I mean, you spill the red for sure.
Sure.
Or maybe it crashes on that yellow. But either way, I think you're sitting. It brings that yellow into play, the red into play.
Yeah, the top
of
red.
the house.
You could. I just don't think you could bring enough weight to get by your top red in order to impart enough onto those two button rocks.
Yeah, to get them to move both.
So I guess we'll see what kind of weight he's throwing here. This does seem up weight, doesn't it? This might be the
Yeah.
shot that you called. It seemed like initially they were thinking about doing that red raise.
Yeah, it's sort of like heavy draw weight here.
If you look out the window, you're going to see it ahead of the crowd.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, he's on the yellow, so.
Oh, that's a... You know what, though? Still effective. That was still an effective shot because it definitely takes away the measure to see who was sitting third.
Yeah,
so it's
now
almost
red-
like taking it off.
Red is definitely third stone now for sure.
We're on sheet one.
Guards.
Yellow's got a great looking button rock. I have a feeling that Bill is probably calling a hit and roll under. Let's see, is that what the call was? That looks pretty nice. Do they need to get on this a little? No. No, it's a great shot.
No,
Really
great
nice.
shot,
Really
Bill.
nice. Yeah, double's there, but you're just as likely to jam, I think, with that angle. Got to go for it, though. Why not hit it?
Gotta go just outside of nose, and I think you get it to be both to go.
Over in sheet one, I think Mark is thinking 3 rocks ahead. You know, what do we want to do here? And I guess you could almost throw a hit and roll over again, but there's nowhere to roll into without kind of knocking yourself off button. And you really don't want to move those 2 button rocks. They're in such a great spot.
I agree. I think he's just drawing.
The other thing you want to make sure this rock doesn't do is move that top 8 red that's currently protecting your house.
Yeah. I think this is a draw as well, because.
And you could leave it short.
Yep. Yeah, even if it's just, beating the third shot in the 8 foot.
Yeah.
But not deep. You just don't want it to
And
go
Mark
deep
is-
to the tee.
Mark's probably playing this as well, knowing that, I've got a tap and I've got a huge chunk of 4 foot on the other side of the ice from my hammer.
Mm-hmm.
So if he blocks this up, he's basically saying to red, I think he's forcing red to kind of make a draw themselves at that point. Let's see if he blocks it.
Yeah, they'd have to draw the outside edge too. The sweepers are on it pretty hard.
Oh, I wonder if they're going to be on that red then, if they're
Looks
on
like
it.
it's just a high guard.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, it's drifting. All right.
That's great.
Two guard, yeah. That blocks the red rays, like, at all. Like, if there was going to be anything to get around to
Yeah.
the nose of the red and try to push that into the pocket. I think red has to draw the opposite side.
I think so too. Yeah, I wouldn't even think about drawing this side. And in-off probably is there. I think I might call this in-off as well. It's your best chance of leaving something that Mark can't pick out.
But does the in-off cut them down at all?
I guess not. I guess it just makes hammer harder to get 3. You're right, though. It's unlikely to cut them down.
Yeah, shot pretty much probably jams, right, on the second shot.
Yeah.
And then maybe the second shot.
You got to
bumps
carry a
out
ton of force. I mean, if Carl really wings this thing and hits a quarter of the rock, it could still bring enough momentum with it to maybe drive drive that second button off.
Yep. It's
Bill, on
interesting
the other hand,
handle, though. He's got to come from the outside of it. Right, he's throwing an intern.
Oh yeah, I guess this must fall.
Or,
Tons of weight, which is what you need for this shot.
oh, Bill is sitting 3 there. Shoot 2.
Oh, that looks pretty good.
Looks pretty good, that's right. Oh.
Okay, but you're right. Didn't change it, but it does make this going for 3 here for y'all very hard.
Mm-hmm.
Almost impossible.
No, there's the raise on the opposite
Yeah, you got to
side.
play the raise.
Right?
Yeah, you can't. I don't think you can come around that. You got to play to raise it.
Yeah,
I like that call.
Because that red's pretty much got a piece of the button. And if not, then just shy. Yeah, right. Because you come to the nose of the yellow.
Yeah.
Around the other side, and you just.
So it's got to be enough weight to drive it for a piece of the button, but not so much weight that whatever yellow you end up hitting doesn't get driven out of the forefoot.
Yeah.
Full 4.
Either way, you still have 2, right? If
Yeah.
it hits 1.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I guess the only downside would be if it noses this rock they're trying to raise, and then you could possibly only take 1 at the end of it. But most of the pocket, I'm with you. I think it's probably there. Over on sheet 2, it looks like Nickel did set up a really nice guard protecting his package of 3 in the house there.
Mm-hmm.
This is a big end for them, too. Here in the 6th, down 4. Taking 3 here really brings the game open. Nick throws a really good upweight rock, though, if that's... Oh, well, Barry's rethinking it.
Yeah.
What do you like here?
Ooh,
Over
he's
on sheet
looking
2.
for a slash raise. I would have Nick honestly try to double,
Yeah.
but he looks like he's going to go for a slash raise on his own stone.
I mean, the upside of this is that at least you're driving your own color into this pile. The downside is you might open up this entire side,
Mm-hmm.
and you know you don't have hammer. But if you're going to go for it, go for it with your 6 rock. That's nice. Oh,
That's a great
shot over on sheet 1. Wow.
Wow.
What a great promote. Nothing red could do there. I mean, that's just several great makes. Both of Mark's shots on sheet 1
Yeah,
were pretty great.
that was great. Yeah, Mark is now taking a commanding lead. There was 3, I think, that end, so he goes up 9-4.
No, he's yellow, so it's a 1-point game.
Oh, okay.
I know. I made that same mistake when I first looked. We got quite the tight, kind of high-scoring game over on sheet 1. It's going to be Mooney up by 1 here, 7-6, as we enter the 7th end.
And these are both A semifinals, right?
Yeah, 2 good games. I mean, a lot of shot making. Over on sheet 2, we're going to have John DeYoung throwing, I think, the yellow 6 rock. And are they going to draw under here, G, or are they just going to maybe hit and roll off this red?
I think they're just drawing under.
They don't want to move that guard, that's for sure.
He's trying to draw around.
No, that's an up-weight shot.
All right.
So they are just going to nose it out. That's fine. All right.
Yep.
So I wonder, do you think Barry would consider over on sheet 2 a hit and roll under? There's a lot of white he could get out of this and at least be second shot. I guess you could get quite a bit of the 4-foot with the right angle.
Hmm. Yeah, I think it's only for third shot though.
Yeah.
Do you think you can get second?
No.
No, because I don't think you can. It's too deep.
But if you're playing the scoreboard and you're limiting your, you're up by 4. Barry seems.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you're
Right now
limiting-
your opponent's sitting 4. I guess as long as you throw weight at this and get it out, you're kind of guaranteeing they're not going to score it.
Yeah.
I guess what is your only other option? I mean, coming from the left side or on your own guard, which is still a great shot, really.
Yeah. I mean, you could draw 4 foot.
Yeah, from the opposite side.
Yeah. Or Barry could take a second shot at that raise on the opposite
right.
side of the ice. But this is Barry's first stone.
Over in sheet 1, we're just kind of stacking some center line guards. Martin calls for a corner guard. He's going to get one.
Barry's coming with a lot of weight here.
That looks pretty great. They're going to roll off, though.
Oh, he's going to catch
A
on
little
his
too
own.
steep an angle. They had the brief uphill and then come on back down again. If you're Mark, what do you like on sheet 2 right now? I know what I like.
Yeah, I honestly would. Yeah, there's that, but I would draw. I would draw the opposite side.
I would too, and I try to get like half 8 foot, maybe underneath that red.
Exactly. Yeah,
to make
give
sure
them
you
no
can't-
chance
Yeah.
at raising that red. And no chance. I mean, I don't know. It's
Mark's-
hard to draw a button
yeah.
there, but Barry.
Bill's pointing it out. That's what Bill just asked for, right where we thought there, Chief.
Yeah.
On sheet 1, they didn't quite get underneath. I think Mark is just freezing on top of this red rock. Yeah, he's asking for backline weight. That's a. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna roll under. Oh yeah, you got it. Yeah.
You're yellow. You're on the back.
Oh, no, you draw to here, I think.
Can you get there?
Yeah.
Coming this way.
Otherwise, they got nothing. I mean, because red's gonna try to run this up. I think you got to go here, right? Sit 4,
Yeah.
prevent this, and then what is red even do? We're talking with Joe Angeli about sheet 2. Yeah. They need to hang the score there on sheet 2. Bill Nickel with his first skip rock, the yellow 7, over on sheet 2. It looks like sheet 1, they didn't quite get what they wanted as far as action on that rock that's in the 12 foot. Carl's going to play the tap. He's also happy with the split, probably.
Mm-hmm. Sweepers are on Bill Stone here.
Yeah, on sheet 2, that's going to be a really interesting stone. It looks like they did call the shot we wanted.
Yep. Looks like they're just going to get to a 2 guard, maybe.
Yeah, they would love for this to come over.
Okay. Well, so the shot's still there for Barry to try to raise. But I don't know that, I mean...
I'm going to give Sheila a hard time on that sweep just because she was backing up while she was sweeping. And I was just joking with Bill about that after the sweeping clinic. He mentioned something about, like, he noticed some people will do a reverse sweep. She was pretty squeezed, though. The vice came out and squeezed her, too.
Yep.
So over in sheet 1, we're all still attacking this red rock. I don't know if maybe the line suddenly changed. But Mark had called for a freeze on this red stone and not gotten anywhere near it. And then Carl just called to bump it up and didn't get anywhere near it. Now let's see if Mark is just going to say, let's get rid of this thing. I might only be able to see it one more time. And over on sheet 2, there's a big rock for Barry. They are going for that slash that we talked about, G. Or that raise promote. Huge shot if they make it. I mean, they would basically
Cut
only...
him to 1.
Yeah.
They cut him to 1 from right now. Bill is sitting 3.
Do you like this shot?
I don't know. I just don't see much else.
No, there's not much else. My only thought is coming from the right and trying to like somehow tuck, but you wouldn't tuck.
Yeah, but you maybe cut him to 2 if you get a piece of the 4 foot, or just out.
Yeah, but I think they'd be able to slash it because you'd never bury it. This is a good call. I mean, you're gambling on everything with it, but you're kind of gambling the other side too. At least this is a better outcome.
Looks like he's a bit outside. So there's this thing off. Oh,
The
in
weird
off.
kiss. Is he gonna get the?
Wow.
Oh, all right.
Oh, it still looks like Bill's sitting 3 though. Bill's drawing for 4 now with the hammer.
That's huge. This has been a really tight game.
Yep. And this
Well, and they haven't hung the points either from the last end.
how many did they score last end? 2 or 3?
Oh no, this never mind. They did hang the point. I think it was just 1. This is this next end. I had it wrong on sheet 2. The scores are
Oh,
all
Barry
up.
scored last end.
Yeah. Solid. Nice. What is that, like a 3%? But that's what I'm looking for more these days.
So, let me see it on.
Huh, I don't either.
4% alcohol.
Oh, wow. Nice. That is very good.
It's easy drinking.
And so who do we thank for that?
Rob Stager.
Sager, nice.
Yeah, he has the club to get them. Lagunitas Daytime.
Oh, it looks like this draw for 4 is just going to be big. Oh, that might loom large.
Well, all right.
I hope
Well-
they just didn't agree to 2 because that was 3.
Yeah, so I'll start the 7th end. Barry up 1 with the hammer. Could have been a tie game going to the 7th there. Right? Am I going crazy? There's 2. Yeah.
No, I think Red's still going to be up by 1.
Yeah, Red's still up by 1 now, and
With
it
hammer.
would have been tie had he drawn that.
Over on sheet 1, we've got a draw coming in from Red. Pretty terrific. Right top button. Behind a very crowded set of guards.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be a huge shot. Whether or not yellow on sheet 1 can, from Patty Coburn, can get a little bit of a bump.
He's got to get in there now.
Yeah, you're right. He's
Just,
not going to get a second look at this.
Actually, they're down 1. Oh no, yellow's up 1.
Oh, hearing hard sweep calls.
They're on their guard.
Now at least open it up. Open it up. Oh, it didn't open it enough for him. That's a shame. Oh, and it rammed the red into a bit of cover on that one, too.
Yeah.
That port might be closed.
Yeah, they still have the yellow rays on the outside. On
Yeah.
The other side of the sheet. It looks like Carl is going to come that way as well now.
Over on sheet 2, we're just getting started, so there's a tight guard from y'all. Sheet 1, it looks like Carl's going to go yellow-red rays? Is that what the call is? I think so. Or maybe he's saying if it hangs out, we can always yellow-red rays. I like this. I mean, there's a lot of good lines for Carl here.
Yeah, even leaving a 2 guard up
Yeah.
there next to the yellow on the center line, it just totally closed the port, which is probably already closed anyhow.
Yeah. I guess the only downside would be moving your red guard in the 4-foot and then also having your shooter spill across the center line just to widen. I don't think that's going to happen, though.
The other option would have been to have Craig try to close up the other side a bit, but
Yeah. So they are going for this yellow-red. Looks pretty great.
ooh, and they got a piece off.
Very nice.
That was a nice shot. So if you're yellow, what do you do now?
Oh, man.
You come the opposite side of the sheet. That just took away the rays, too.
Oh,
on
wow, and it's, this is Mark's shot, too, so 3 out of ice stones. That's pretty tough. What do you do here? I mean, from the lower cam, the lower center camera, it looks like you could draw to the 4-foot from the left side, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially with the ice running kind of straight
Yeah.
that side, but still, it's tight. I mean, what happens if Mark doesn't make it and he crashes his guard, pushes it center, that opens up that side a little more?
Yeah.
They have to close it. Otherwise, he gets a draw.
That's true.
Does look though like red is sitting in a pretty sweet place here.
I mean, Mark,
Down one.
maybe you put the broom on center line and you come inside out. You just go for like a bite of the 4 on the just to the left of the shot rock. Oh, so I think. See, that's tough. I saw what Mark just asked for, but your weight's got to be enough to drive that red in the 12-foot all the way out. That's quite a distance.
Yeah.
But also, you want your shooter to stay so you can do a promote on it later. I don't know what weight you throw to make both those things happen. I don't hate the draw from the other side. If you're looking at the lower left center camera on sheet 1, I don't mind a draw from left
Wall
side
side.
in. Yeah. If that's true. I should say wall side.
Yeah, I just came off sheet 1, and it does run pretty straight, like there on that side.
Over on sheet 2, Nickel just got a great guard here. They just set that right guard up next to their other, blocking up their 4-foot.
Yeah, if you're Barry, why don't you just peel the guards now?
Yeah.
Or just go after the guards.
I guess they're
down.
probably playing 8. Is it? I don't. Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Just drawing in up 1. Still with the hammer. With the hammer, I blow up the guards.
Yeah. Sheet 1, Mark is getting into his setup here. Can't tell if he's already spun the rock. He tends to do that. Stepping out, he's going to go have another chat. He probably notices what we noticed, that from this side, it doesn't look like this shot's going to work. So they're going to probably debate, do we draw from the wall side? It sure looks like they're going to try it. Yeah, they're going to try that. Yep. Totally agree. It's almost like they heard us, G. I mean, clearly we're tremendous skips from back here.
Yeah, it's easy. It's the easiest seat
Yeah.
to skip from. Seat.
Sheila Nichols throwing over on sheet 2. She's going to hunt the red rock that drifted a bit behind T-line.
It's looking a little heavy.
Oh, it is. It's twice now that we've seen rocks hang out on that line.
Yeah.
It's just really not coming back on the wall side.
Yeah, and the wall side on either side, I would say, outside of the 4-foot, you really have to be downweight, otherwise it wants to stay out.
So sheet 1, they are going for the draw that you and I like, G.
I think the worst that can happen is he crashes his guard.
Yeah.
He's tight, and then splits him, so long as he gives himself another opportunity with his second storm.
And on sheet 2, the red rock is underway. I think that they're just trying to draw. Barry's coming out to help this one. Makes me think it's just going to be a guard. Oh, they're all over the red. Oh, and Mark's also crashed. But it crashed on the less consequential one.
Yeah. Does open it up, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're Carl, if that's it, you just put the top 12 on that outside.
Yeah.
And then what does Mark do with the hammer?
Right. Yeah, the only thing Carl can't do is just drop it right behind T-line here.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Or right on T-line if it's wide open, too. Give me an inside roll to get both, but
Yeah.
Carl knows this game pretty well. I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, he just set up exactly what you said, G.
Yeah.
He wants the high 12, close path. Now, if he does this, we might see a weird shot from Mark. Do you think there's anything with those two, like, yellow guards on the left side? On the non-wall side?
The problem is, I think if you hit that red
They're
into the
welded
two yellow,
weirdly, yeah.
Yeah, they're so connected that one just shoots out towards the center line and the other one goes out.
Yeah.
So I just don't think either of them is in a way that such it would go. It just seems like neither of them wants to go
No.
to the house.
No. I could see a play that involves 5 rocks, where somehow you get a weird rock, weird drift, but you'd never call it.
Carl just does not want to be heavy with this one. You
Yeah.
almost would rather. I mean, obviously you want a biter to sit 3, but you don't want to be deep enough that he has anything to come in off of and cut you down.
Absolutely.
This will cut you down to 1 then, Mark.
You always tell your sweepers that too on this shot. Can't be in.
Yep, it's gotta be
You also got to be
there.
ready on this shot to bring it through,
Yeah.
just mentally. That's going to be nice because they're going to get a little rub. It's not going to open too much. Oh, maybe it will.
Little port.
Didn't change much, but
And really, that's the only option for Mark to go to.
yeah.
All right, none of the stones, none of the guards look like they're raisable.
No, and Carl's rock is practically on the pin. So Mark will be drawing for a second shot, most likely. I mean, you can't come from the wall side and also pump the shot rock.
Yeah.
I don't think you get that kind of curl here. But Mark would love to sit center line 8 foot, center line top 4. The big
Mark-
ask though.
Also, Mark's up 1.
Yeah.
So if you can just cut them to 1.
I wonder. Oh, we missed what happened on sheet 2, but let's watch the replay. Oh my God! It was this, G.
Oh, it was the slash raise?
No,
Oh,
it was
oh,
this.
Oh, wow.
It's this. Disgusting.
Show that
Here,
one
look.
more time.
But it spills out too.
It spills out. All right. Well,
Good to have you.
John, I've got to...
Absolutely.
Well,
I'm glad I could convince you to step on for a little bit.
alrighty. I'll catch you tomorrow.
Yeah. Congratulations on making it to Sunday, G, and good luck at 8 a.m. tomorrow. I think you go against Walker.
Yes.
All right. I will be here for the tail end of your game, but I hope so. I hope we can make our way to Sunday tonight at 9:30. If you happen to find yourself awake, it'll be on the stream.
There you go. Well, if you have a dream, that's a good dream. That's about, that's about
Exactly.
everything. All right, take care.
Thanks, buddy. Safe home. What's that? Oh yeah. But I have to still start them on time. The feeds? When you start, you'll know where to jump to. Is that what you're saying? Oh, no idea. Yeah, no idea. That's what we should have, is some kind of timer. That's true. That's the next thing, Joe. We should make them press a button in there. Yeah. What's that? Oh, thank you. Oh, that was Wiedemann. He made it this week. Really? Yeah. Yeah. And then DeYoung hung these monitors. Like, I basically arrived Friday and was thrilled. I was like, everything was set. Would you like to jump on the headset? Keep these off your face while I plug you in, because otherwise you're going to hear a very loud noise. I should be talking about these games, though, because they're very close. It's so hot in here, Greg. Greg Fitzgerald is joining me on the mic. I'm going to take my own risk. Okay, that didn't hurt my ears too badly. You're in.
All right. We are online.
There you go.
Okay, so that's the it for this.
So curling is happening.
It is.
There's a lot of curling happening.
Yep. Yeah, both these games are pretty tight. Mark's been discussing over on sheet 1 what he wants to do here. Barry's sitting 2. Mark's got a tiny port to draw through. He'd love to draw underneath the center line here, over into the top 8 foot. But they've been debating this for a while. Understandably so. This is a huge shot. Mark's currently up by 1. They're in the 7th end. We don't know if both these teams are going to play 8 or not. We'll find that out soon enough to see if they start the next end. Mark Looney's rock is underway on sheet 1. Big stone. Oh, I guess they still have one each, though. So it's not Mark's last stone. Oh, that's all over the red. But we've been seeing this, but we've been seeing this a lot, that wall side just hangs and hangs and hangs.
And we're going to hit the top 8. Top 8.
That's... Oh, and we've got a conceded game.
They're done.
There you go. All right, so on sheet 1, congratulations to Carl Lohner's team as he wipes the sweat off of his brow for the viewers, I think. Gives a hearty handshake all around. Congratulations to Team Lohner. I think they advance. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they advance to the finals of the event. If I have that right. I'm going to double check that statement in a minute here. Refreshing.
Yeah,
Carl
finals.
Lohner is in the finals. And they will meet the victors of our sheet 2 that we're looking at here, Greg.
Sunday, 2:30 p.m. for the finals.
Yeah.
Team Winner gets to sleep.
They do.
No 6:30 a.m. Path of Losers here.
And we don't know over on sheet 2 if they're also playing 7 or 8. They're in the 7th. Very close game. So currently, Barry's team is up by 1, but they do not have hammer here.
And yet the Youngs made a nice comeback here. So there's a lot of potential.
Yeah.
A lot of potential here.
Yeah, they scored a really nice.
Really solid
3
6th
and then
end.
a 2.
Yeah. Barry's on hammer.
Barry does have hammer.
Yeah.
Oh yes, thank you. Yes. Math.
Someone needs to move the little hammer icon.
So, what do we think Barry's discussing here? I guess whether or not they're going to attack that yellow stone, the high yellow. Are they going to try? They're thinking about. Well, do we try to go for the double here?
I mean, the double would be nice. The double seals the deal for sure. But you got a lot of junk in the front there.
The tough part about the double is there's no way for that there's nowhere for that high yellow to go.
No.
It's either going to jam on the red rock in the 4-foot, or it's going to get sent over to the 2 red rocks over that are.
And if that shot goes wonky, you could end up a little upside down there with that red that's in the 4. That could be out of the game completely.
Yeah.
And possibly not even touching that yellow in the 4.
So I think maybe what Barry's thinking here is, do I try to clear the front? Do I hit crotch in the front here?
Yeah.
Clear it out and make sure that I have a look at shot rock with my hammer.
It looks like they're looking at raising that guard maybe right now. There's a lot of pointing at the guard.
I would think you would clear it. I wouldn't raise the yellow guard in. That's just.
Yeah.
Oh, they are going to just clear the front.
Just clear the front.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
I think you want to kind of hit. You want to hit this high yellow guard on the nose. Oh, he wants an angle.
Well, they're sitting on hammer. Everyone's got another stone to go after this, so a little bit of leeway.
Would open that side up, but I think that Bill's answer would probably be to drop a stone in the newly created port right in like the top 8-foot on the right side.
Yeah.
That's my chest expectation here.
Going a bit behind Nick there in the 8-foot.
Yeah. Yeah, right to his back left foot.
Yeah.
It's a big shot from Barry here.
Yeah, well, you know.
Do you like the guard clear? I think I do, because I mean, what else are you going to throw?
There's not a lot of space up front. You know, the Youngs put a lot of stuff crossing over the width of the 8-foot. You don't have a lot to work with, and
Barry was slippery on that. Huge
funky
weight.
delivery. Let's see how this is going to come.
If that's wide, it's probably just going to take out the.
Oh, that was. Nah. Right.
Didn't change the outcome of this end. I don't think either of those rocks are going to
No. We still got another rock to go with everyone, so you know.
So if you're Bill, you're going to tap this up. Yeah?
I'm going to tap that up. I'm going to get that right on the button.
Oh yeah.
Sit 2. Make it real hard to get rid of both of them. Not a lot of room for a really dramatic takeout.
No.
Yeah,
I mean, because right now, if you let Red throw again, Red still doesn't have a great shot.
No. You know, they're sitting back there, and you just got to make it so they can't get you out.
The only really interesting outcome of that Red miss there is that it no longer catches on the right side.
It's
So
true.
if Bill was to somehow flash this, or come up super shallow and not in the way of anything, and Barry does go for that yellow 8-foot into yellow shot rock, He can now ditch the first contact stone over to the right. He couldn't do that a minute ago.
True. You got
But
a lot
that's
more
gonna-
leeway by cleaning out there.
Yeah, that's going to depend a ton on.
How that channel's going over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't.
And it just went a bit wonky a couple stones ago.
Yeah.
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 Let's
I
see
don't
what
think
we-
Bill's going to miss. I think his stone's going to
Yeah.
come into play here.
And he's had a renaissance.
You know, if Bill noses this too, he's sitting 3.
Yeah.
Pretty nice 3, actually.
It's going to be short, I think.
Let's see, we're coming into the view here. Well, we're going to raise the 8 foot, it looks like.
That looks really nice.
That
Not
looks
enough movement,
real. Oh, that's what do you think, John? Is that second shot?
I think it's second shot.
I think it's second shot. We are looking from above here. I think that's second shot for yellow.
Now what do you do with red? I mean, you still got to attack, right?
You still got to attack, but you don't have a lot of space
I
up
guess you
there.
don't have to attack. You can still
Yeah.
draw right to the button.
You
just
could
gotta
draw. You
draw
could.
inside.
You could draw down the right side.
I
You
think I
gotta
would.
get your curl in there right and all.
I think I would, and here's why. Right now,
You would or would not?
I would draw. I would
Yeah.
not hit this.
No.
There's too many. If you accidentally knock your stone out of the 4 foot, you're conceding the game.
Yeah.
No, you're not. I mean, you're going to be.
I
Yeah,
mean, this
too.
game is close enough. We might get another end out of it.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah, we don't know what they're playing for.
Yeah.
That's actually really. Do we know if this is last end or if they play one more? Oh.
Yeah. What is it? It's 7:15, 7:17. So
That's really interesting. So if this is last end, Greg,
yeah,
then you have to go for this triple.
you have to. I mean, it's it's.
No, you could still draw. You could definitely still draw.
You could
this.
draw.
What do
It
you
depends on
like?
what your risk tolerance is, which is what happens a lot of times. You know, that's what makes the ends of games like this, obviously, especially at this level. Barry, I think.
Yeah.
And Barry's got that kind of go for it gusto sliding down the ice now. I think it's ready to take a shot.
So if you think it's yellow too, right now, if you're Barry's team and you think it's yellow too,
And I do think that second shot from yellow is
I do.
biting more than the red
yeah,
at this point. But it might be a measure, but I mean that's just my vibe.
man, I could still see either decision here though, as far as this
Yeah.
upweight take or a draw.
We got Nick Oakley lining up, Vice on the
Almost
broom.
with the same room. But this is a hit for sure from Barry. His body language.
He's got that bold
And
statement.
but he did slip. He's got to have that in his head, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, this is where it's a mental game as much as anything.
the trick here is you don't have to throw it a million miles an hour. Your
No.
normal is plenty.
And what are we going? Oh, this is
Okay, not very stable. Very
a late release. Okay.
wide.
It's going pretty heavy.
I think wide.
Someone's saying he pushed here. Of course, that's views from the peanut gallery. Oh, we got a flash. So we're sitting at 2 yellow.
No
It looks
measure.
like. Well, it's a measure. It is a measure, actually. Yeah.
No, they're just conceding.
There's concession.
Yeah, I think it's probably clearly yellow.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Team Nickel.
Yeah.
Moving
Nice.
on to play against Loner.
Nice renaissance
Tomorrow's
for
event
Team
Loner.
Nickel. Nice coming back from behind a bit.
Yeah.
Good job to them. Fun game to watch, as always.
I guess I do not have access here. I'm trying to claim it.
Is that all our games for the night?
No, there's 2 more games.
The night is still young at the Plainfield Curling Club.
So my debate is, am I going to just stop this stream and make 2 more? You know what? I'm going to start building it, and if I get it done in time, that's what we'll do.
Let's do it. I'm on for another one. Awesome. Let's do it.
Topsy-turvy. Oh, you got it, Kevin? Yes, sir. Okay. Keep trying to give me a break, and you're not taking it. But, hey, I'm the one.
Yeah, the 3-person is perfectly legal.
It is so hot in this corner.
We need a little USB fan.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have a thumbnail for this one. Oh well, I'll live.
Yes, that is correct, sir.
I'm going to see if I can find an online editor and just paste a big old 3 over the top of this. All janky. Our next game is probably 7:30. I'm just going to go with that. Today's the 5th. This is sheet 1. Can you hear my heavy breathing? A little bit, but not bad. Oh, not when your thing's up. No. Oh, I mean like now? Not too much.
Is it like annoying?
It didn't key into me at the time. So
Okay.
probably fine. If anything, you just wear it a little lower and you're good. I'm gonna take my headset off actually.
Yeah, I've got it
And
too.
let my ears breathe. All right.